All right, hello and welcome back. So, we are going to be now picking up kind of where we left off late last night. So, late last night we started actually getting this app up and running, and now we're going to be starting to try to kind of do some cleaning up on everything. This is going to be what takes it from being acceptable to kind of quite good. So, today we want to focus on data cleaning, doing some manual validation. I'm not sure I'll be able to get through all of the cleaning of the OCR, but we're going to focus instead of all the letters, we're going to target our analysis on just these first, or these 164 we were able to automate. So that's going to be a good push for kind of version 1 of the app, right? So I've done a couple things. I was able to figure out why um, two weird things were happening when the app was in the cloud. So now all of the letters are actually organized in the cloud correctly. The other thing that I noticed that was odd that was happening, and I did this by the way on letter or in line 35 here of this version, by just sorting out the list. For whatever reason, the way the text files appear in the GitHub repo is out of order compared to how they are in my local machine. I'm not sure why that's the case, but by simply sorting them out, now the list of numbers, the list of letters is forced to be organized not only alphabetically by EP, but also numerically but with a leading 0. So now we've got that part of the project kind of complete, or at least finished. The other thing that I just noticed is that in the side-by-side mode, I had an extra header being printed off. So I fixed that, and I'm getting ready now to push that into the cloud, push that into the main app. So what I'm doing is copying and pasting. Remember, if you remember from last night, or yesterday in general, I have my repo set up for the app a little different, so it can be a little cleaner. It means I have to copy and paste things over occasionally, but not too frequently. It's when I do like a new update, a new push. So I'm gonna go ahead and, oop, where did everything go? So we need this up, we need Atom up, there we go. So now we need to do a push to our DAP repo for the app, the DAP app. And we're going to go ahead and push that right now. And excellent. So now, when we refresh this, this should not, in a dual side-by-side mode, be affected by the presence of the dual, or the extra letterhead down at the bottom. So go to side-by-side, and that should be fixed if we scroll down. And indeed it is. We still have all of these warnings. I'm not too concerned about them because they're really not an issue for us. These are going to be fixed whenever Streamlit Spacey gets updated, and then as soon as they do, I'll update the version and redeploy the app. I don't know of a way with Streamlit Spacey to suppress these warnings. We'll figure it out later, though. So for right now, though, the app is looking pretty good. I know I've got a couple problematic letters in here, such as letter 2. Now, the manual check needed is stated very clearly. I know that there's a problem here, so I've added that little verification. I know that the manual check is going to require me to just kind of delete everything from here up and then manually input the salutation. For whatever reason, when two letters appear on the same page with the salutation part, my heuristics that I developed weren't catching them all. So that's kind of where we were at. So today's going to be cleaning these up a little bit, kind of getting some of these things manually put in. The other thing I want to do is I want to improve a little bit of the NER mode. And I think that's where I'm going to start today. So the NER mode, let's go ahead and just expand it. I quite like it. It's nice, it's neat. You got the sidebar over here still. That's useful. What I'd like to do is I'd like to have an option, maybe in the sidebar when you're in this mode, to populate kind of like that patristic project, the patristics text archive. So if we go to patristic text archive, they have a very nice user interface. So if you browse manuscripts, let's just pick one at random. It doesn't really matter which one, so long as it has a transcript and it has some named entities. Oh my goodness, there we go. We should be good now. So if we notice on the right-hand sidebar in this user interface, you can actually go through and see the individual persons referenced in the app. Now we have something similar to that with the paste data set that I have in the header, but I don't have anything quite like this where you can see all the persons, the groups of people, the places. And that's going to be the result not of this paste reference data up here. This is going to give us a solid link with some entity linking for who's referenced, but we don't really have anything so far that kind of is quite like that, where it appears nice and neatly on the in the app, on the cloud. Let me close the cloud one for right now. I don't have anything that is nice and neat under the NER mode that kind of shows us the identified names. And these are going to be things that might not necessarily be included in the paste data set. For example, Dominus, I am including that in the NER because it's a reference to a specific person, in this case, the Lord. And the same thing with Deo and Deus. They are proper nouns, so even though they're not people that would have existed in the Carolingian period, right, these are entities worth annotating, in my opinion. So that's going to be where we're at. The other thing that the paste data set doesn't do for us is it doesn't tell us specifically what places or what groups are referenced. So this is a little problematic too. If you want to know what groups are referenced, such as the Franks, the Saxons, what have you, this doesn't really help you out that much. It just gives you a list of names. Now, the names that are provided are 100% verified by paste, so they're useful, but we need a little bit more if we're going to be using this NER output. We can actually store it as some metadata. Now, the thing is, I don't know if Streamlit offers the ability to add a second sidebar on the right. I don't think they do, but I'm going to be looking into that in just a second after I sip my coffee. So I sound a little hoarse today. It's because I talked for about 15 hours straight yesterday. Second sidebar on the right side. Again, this is a common thing. If you don't know something, just Google it. You'll find the answer usually in the top few hits. And just use some basic keywords. So second sidebar on the right side, this person is talking about it in the Streamlit forum. It's not possible as of September 20. Always look at the date too. It wasn't possible as of September 20. Streamlit is still, I think it's in 0.85 right now. They update every other week. And all of their updates, they start taking these suggestions and they really do implement them in the app. So this could have been implemented since then. So he's actually recommended this guy bring it up in a GitHub issue. And it looks like they took it seriously. So that means that we can actually go into their forum. I always forget how to get to it from Streamlit, or from GitHub. So Streamlit discussion. And usually if you have a big project, you'll have a discussion page. And the forum is a really good place to kind of go and just search, because you'll oftentimes find the answer within there. So we're going to do second sidebar, why not? Second sidebar on right side. So this is the, this was actually where I was at before. So this is 11 days ago, multi-select. Let's see, dependent drop-down list of pandas data frame. Okay. One of the things coming out of the layout is the toggle block, which is the show hide. Okay. So this is suggesting changing the layout. Let's go back. That is the same one. So it looks like right now the solution from the team was a collapsible. The collapsible it's great. It's called an expander. It can be hidden. It can be shown. It's really, really useful. My main problem is that I won't be able to implement it side by side with my app. And the reason why is because, remember from yesterday, Streamlit Spacey doesn't allow for me to populate the output in a specific expander yet. I imagine that's going to be coming soon. I imagine this was done prior to the expanders uh, being fully implemented, which I think just occurred recently. And so I imagine maybe after expanders leave beta, there might be a way to do that. But for right now, there isn't. So I think I'm going to be stuck with having to decide to have the output either down here on the bottom, which I'm not a huge fan of, or over here on the left. And the reason why I'm okay with the one on the left is because the sidebar would only be populated in NER mode, and it would change, I would think, based on each letter, and it keeps it consistent all the way down. And I think we can include, kind of delete the duplicates and render them that way. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start figuring out the way in which we can kind of populate the sidebar when we are in NER mode. So I know from Streamlit Visualizer that we can capture the output of the entities that have been discovered. I just can't remember how to do it. So let's go ahead and try to figure this out real fast. So if we go down to our options, this is where we're at. This is the section of code that actually has the app for the NER section. So we're going through, we're opening everything up. We're gonna grab the letter, excuse me. So the doc object is created. So the doc object's created, then I'm good. It's created, it looks like in the standard way. Let's see if we can do for int doc.ints if int.label is equal to person. Then we want to do a little thing over here. Found people. That's going to be equal to empty list. Found groups. We're going to keep these all as separate lists because we want to structure the sidebar a little differently for each of them. Found places is equal to an empty list. Okay, so for found that's the case, then we're going to do found people.append int.text. And again, we're going to add these conditions. So if it's a group, then we're going to go to found group and do that same option. And again, if it's a place, then we are going to go ahead and do found place. Okay. Once that loop is done running, then what we can do is we can use that data. So we're going to do sidebar. I don't think I need to do st. Do I need to do st.sidebar? Let me make sure real fast. I think I do. Because the sidebar isn't created by the user. st.sidebar. Yeah, I do. Okay. This might be messy. We'll find out. st.sidebar dot header found people, and then we'll do, I don't know, for person and found people. Let's just do this first. st.sidebar.write. I don't really like this. I'd like to wait for them to export this as a JSON, so I might change this up a little bit, or might give an additional option below this. But this is so that it looks nice. I might also present it as a data frame. That might be nice too. Let's go ahead and figure this out first, though. So for person and found people, we are going to do person. Let's rerun this. Again, I'm not sure if this is going to look nice or if it's even going to work. Let's see. Letter mode, we're going to go to NER mode. And we don't have anything populating in the sidebar. So let me just start debugging this. So first I'm going to say st.sidebar.write test. Okay, so we know that I can write to the sidebar within this app. Let's see if it changes when I go to a different. It does. Cool. That's wonderful. What if I change a letter within this mode? Does it repeat the test? No, it doesn't. Cool. So the state actually does refresh that way. So I know that this part is all working. That's wonderful. So something's happening in the doc object then. So let's do st.sidebar Right, doc.ends. Let's just see what they look like. It's going to be a long data. It should be a set of data. Okay. So it is all these entities that we found. Fantastic. So the next thing to debug is can I iterate over those ends? And do they have what one would expect? So if the label, oh, that's why. Dot label. I did the underscore backwards. It's still early, people. All right. Now everything's going to work. This is how debugging works. You just kind of go through, start back where you know the problem is starting. In this case, I started up above this list forming. Make sure that you can do one thing and then just take it off bit by bit, line by line, and you will eventually do what I did and find the little mistake that you made. And now when we do this, I don't need to write off these ends anymore because I'm pretty sure this is going to work. It was a silly mistake on my part. And I think with the NER, if I remember correctly, it's stored in cache. So let's go ahead and clear cache. And we're going to reload up everything. And this should help us out. And it's still printing off this way. Oh, never save the app. There we go. And now we're seeing... Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to see if I've managed to actually grab everything. If int.label underscore is equal to person, found people.append int. So what I want to check now, st.write found people. I want to write into the sidebar. Okay. So it is finding this list. So what's happening is when I iterate, it's not for person and found people. So found people is a list, but when I try to iterate and write in a for loop, it doesn't work for whatever reason. So maybe this is where the error is happening. Oh, there we go. That's exactly it. Okay, now this shouldn't be a problem anymore. And when I look in the sidebar, cool, it's a list of people. Now, I don't really like that. That looks a little unclean. So one of the things I can do is I can make sure that it's not going to contain any duplicates. Or if it does, I can convert it. Maybe it might look nicer to have it as a list and with a frequency list as a dictionary. I got a couple different options here. So let's go ahead and think this through and try to make it where it looks a little nicer. Again, I'm really trying to imitate this look here. And I like the idea of being able to do it with expanders. I don't know if I can drop an expander in the sidebar. I've never tried before. I'd imagine I could. So let's do that. Let's make an expander within the sidebar. So we're going to say st.sidebar. We're going to say person expander. st.sidebar dot expander, or do I still need to do beta expander? I can't remember. I think I've upgraded Streamlit where I can just use expander. Let's see if it gives me an error first. It might. Okay, cool. It didn't. But I am probably getting an error bit down here at the bottom because I didn't. So I have to do beta underscore expander. The label is going to be found people. And this is how it's stored in the Streamlit state, so you can actually iterate over this data. It's a little bit more advanced, and I don't think we're going to need it. So let's do that. And we're going to add this into the expander. And we're only going to do this if the people are not in there. If int.text is not in found people, then we're going to append it. So we won't have any duplicates. And then what I'm going to do is once this is all done, I'm going to sort it all out so it's alphabetical. So found people.sort sorts out the list. Remember, lists are mutable. So let's go ahead and now we should have something that looks a little cleaner. I think this will all work now. Oh, I got to write it into the sidebar. Now let's rerun it one more time. Cool, found people, and it looks like that. So we're getting closer to something that I would call acceptable. Let's see, what else can we do? So one of the things that we could do is we could kind of do some, that'd be a little bit more difficult. We could do some entity linking. So do we want to actually maintain found people so that it's their variant spellings along with their variant declensions? Maybe, maybe not. We can do some rules so that if it's Dei, Deo, Deum, Deus, they all come out as Deus. That's one possibility. Same thing with Dominus. We'll get to that. We'll figure that out in a bit. For now, let's finish up our expander so that it looks nicer. One of the things I'd like to do is to make sure that the list that comes out, it'd be nice if it was a little shorter, like the spacing was better. And so I'm wondering if I could achieve this. I think Streamlit just naturally has this double spacing default. I wonder if I can just do some hacky HTML here and then kind of join this list together with just a single BR tag. And then we're going to have to activate that very scary, what's it called, the unsafe HTML argument, which we can set to true because we know what we're doing. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to just paste this down here so I have it. All right. So what we want to do is we don't want to iterate over these and write them in. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to person HTML. It's going to be equal to BR. We're going to join everything with a BR tag dot join, and then we're going to join all the found people. And I think this will look a little nicer. Then we're going to do person expander dot write, and we're going to write in the person HTML, and we're going to pass in this extra parameter that we have. And I think this should look a little nicer. Ooh, what did I do wrong? Oh, I gotta delete that. There we go. Oh, save here, not there. Run. Cool, that did work. That looks a little nicer. I think it looks a little tighter, more organized. It'd be cool if we could link to where it's set in the page, but for right now, I'm happy with this effect. Let's do the same thing now. Again, probably better to develop a function to do this rather than copying and pasting all the code out, but I'm not going to worry about that. Found groups dot sort. Found places. I always try to get code that works, and then I get code that is cleaned. It's always better that way, because if something proves impossible or not worth your time to do, you haven't wasted any time developing a nice function to do it. So we're going to do the same thing if the entity is not in this case, found group. And whenever you start doing things like copying and pasting, it's always a good indication that you should probably be developing a function. So that's a little good piece of advice. A good way to remember it at the very least. So I've copied and pasted things 3 times now. This would be much better if I just had a nice function that would take in all that information and return all these different HTMLs. Because now look what I have to do. I have to go in, I have to change it from person expander to group expander, and then hope that I don't make a mistake along the way. So I'm going to do person expander down here, or group expander down here, group HTML, and then we're going to change this from found groups, from found people to found groups. And then we got the group expander, and then we're going to type in the group HTML. So you can see how it would be very easy right there to make a mistake if you just missed one little thing, and there's a good chance I possibly did. So we're going to pass in found places, and then we're going to do place expander, found places, and maybe we can do a thing where if there's no found places, this is just empty. Or maybe we can do a thing that counts the list here so they can know if it is empty. I think that's what they've done here, and it is. So they have little parentheses. We can do that. We can recreate that. Why not? Why not? And I like the fact that they have scriptural or the manuscripts over here and biblical references down here. We're going to steal that idea as well today. Hopefully we get to it. We're going to use that extra data that we were able to extract early yesterday when we were doing our OCR. We're going to use that data to actually try and get some scriptural references also in this little sidebar, and maybe even annotate them in the text. We'll figure that out. All right. So let's finish up what we were doing. I got a little distracted. So found places, found places, found places, great. And we're going to do place HTML, place expander, place HTML. Now let's go ahead and rerun. And we should see all these three things there. Found groups, good, it's empty, cool. So we are also going to make a formatted string here, which is going to contain the length of found people. Let's make sure, first of all, that the code works once. And we want some parentheticals. I like the way they did that on Patristic Text Archive. So let's steal that idea. Borrowing with kindness, I guess would be a better way to put it. All right, cool. So let's steal that idea again and do the same thing but with found groups. And then we're going to do the same thing again with found places. Make that an F string. So an F string, if you don't know, is a formatted string. It replaced the old way we used to have to format strings with these confusing percentage signs. All right, and cool. That's great. That means that our user now will not click down the expander for either one of these because they know that there's no found groups. That's cool. That's really cool, and that might even be useful to have regardless in the other modes. I don't know. We'll figure that out. We can easily work that into the sidebar at the very end, no matter what. So we can kind of take in create the doc object, maybe for every letter, and then you only use the output when necessary. We'll figure it out. It is a pretty cool look though. If I'm in letter mode and I don't see that, am I at a disadvantage? Maybe. That might be good. I think I'm going to do it. So I'm going to create... It's going to mean that the app runs just a little more slowly. Not the end of the world. Let's... All right. Do I need anything that's up here first? That is going to be a problem. No, it won't. I can just grab all of this. I'll have to make two if it's in this mode. Okay, so I think what I can do is I'll create the doc object at this stage of the logic. Why is it giving me that? Oh, it's because it interrupts the elifs. I'm going to create this up here before the elifs start. So the doc object will be created. And it means I'm going to have to open it up this way as well. I could have a function that sits outside to do all this for me. Oh wait, where am I at? It's down here. Actually, all of this should be sitting outside because every single one of these uses it. So I can actually sit all of this outside, and we should be all right. And where's the task is being chosen here? Where's the select box? So as long as this comes after the select box, we should be all right. The select box populates and changes on each one. So my problem is that I need to figure out where to put. If I want to have that in different elements, I can copy and paste it in, but there's not really a need to do that. If I'm going to be using the same feature throughout every single one of these, then I'm way better off just storing all of this bit of data, the select box, everything outside of each option. Actually, no, I'm not, because if you go to sources for data, you don't want that to populate. So I don't want that to be the case, because that's going to be where our bibliography is sitting. And same thing with the epistolary network. I don't want this to have to be even slower. So let me go back. I think I am just going to leave it alone for right now and only have that feature available in NER mode. Maybe that's the advantage of going to NER mode. You can actually see it there. And maybe I can have it and just copy and paste it. And I might just do that. I might just copy and paste it in. We'll figure it out later. But for right now, that's looking a little bit better. I can start focusing now on some more concrete problems, which is like the cleaning up of the data, which is kind of the most annoying part. Oh, I didn't mention this. With this feature, you can actually remove one of these as well. So you can actually not find that. And this is a good question. Does it affect our found people? And it does. Why? Oh, that's a different letter. That's why. It doesn't affect it at all. All right, cool. Well, we'll figure this out later. So, with that being said, I kind of want to focus now on some other fun aspects. So, we can clean up the witnesses a little bit if we want to. We can also clean up our biblical references, which is what I really want to get to. And this is nice. It does in-text highlighting when you click on one of these. I really like that feature. That's going to require a lot of manual tagging. For right now, I just want to get the scriptural quotes that are used in each letter, and I want to have that data stored. And fortunately, we have the notebooks because we worked on this a whole bunch the other day. So we can actually go back to one of our earlier notebooks when we were getting all the raw text processing, letter separation. We have to go back and find the right stage of what notebook we were in. But let's do that now. Let's go ahead and close all these. We don't need them all open. So I want to find one of these stages where I still had the scriptural references. So it's not there. Oh, I think I just was in there. So it's before I removed the numbers. So numbers extracted. All right, cool. So this is the stage. So at this stage, I need to grab, we're going to do some OCR again and some extraction again. We can borrow some of our code, but at this stage, I want to grab all of these scriptural quotes, which means I need to use my code that I used to separate the scriptural quotes and use that same script now to instead of separate it and remove it, separate it and keep it. So I'm going to keep all that, and then I'm going to OCR all that, and then we'll have to come up with some rules to do some manual cleaning because these will have some typographical errors. But what this is going to tell us is every single page that a scriptural quote is used on, or some kind of a quote. Again, we'll figure it out. So the numbers extracted is the data character I'm looking for, or the data folder I'm looking in. So construct letters, letter separation. This might have been where I did it. I didn't really document things that well. No, that's not it. That's when I was after I had gotten everything. Text processing. Getting raw text. Maybe it was all the way back in getting raw text. Indeed it was. All right. So whenever I went to numbers extracted, which looks like here, this is where I was separating out the scripture. I really, really should have focused more on this. Let's check out the structure. So the morphation was that might not have been it. So thin and tall. I think this was the first round where I was getting rid of the numbers. Alright, let's steal this code. I'm going to make a new notebook. We're going to call this 12 getting scripture. So we're going to definitely need glob, import JSON. I know I'm going to need that. Import CV2. What else am I going to need? I don't know yet. So we're going to grab that, and then we want to grab all those files. And I think this is the right directory. Let me just make sure. Data, numbers extracted. Cool. Yeah, it is. Okay. So we're going to just get rid of this for right now because we don't want to accidentally overwrite anything. So let's make a new scripture images. So we're going to be saving everything to Scripture, do the same thing here. And if you remember from yesterday, I had this none on the side, the N-O-N-E, not N-U-N, to indicate when I wasn't able to achieve something, so that I could know when I was using the app and trying to reassemble or trying to do some stuff later on when there was something that needed manual validation at some stage. So what we want to do is we want to just grab our first file. Again, always start off with something simple, and we're going to drop this for right now into temp. And let's just see what our extraction looks like for right now. That's all we're going to look for, is what the extraction looks like. Scripture underscore new, so let's run that, and we'll see what our little rules without any change to them do, and then we'll make some modifications just to get re-familiar with everything. So it extracts that. Didn't extract anything. Oh, because we didn't have it. All right, so let's make some modifications. So we're going to look for, we're going to do the morphology where it's going to be 500 high. It's going to be 3 wide again. And then we're looking for something that's about 25, I think is what we discovered last time. And at the very minimum, it's going to be 500 high. Now, this might work, this might not work. We're going to have to make some adjustments. So we didn't get anything with that. Let's start drawing some widths on it so we can figure out where we need to make the changes. Okay. So again, we're going to rerun this cell. And we're not getting boxes again. Let's make this a little smaller. Okay. Oh, that's why. There we go. Let's comment those 2 things out. Move that back. Now we will. Okay, cool. So we know we were able to grab some of the boxes. What we want is to make sure that these boxes always bleed together. So we need to really make this extreme. Let's close that so we don't get confused. So we're going to make it 500. That's going to, I think that'll ensure that these always bleed into each other. Let's try though. Oh, and I'm doing the kernel size the wrong way. Oops. So we're going to do 500. I think I am at least. We'll try it this way. No, I was doing it the right way. So we're going to go with 3 by 200. Let's do 300. So what we're trying to do is get a box that grabs the whole thing pretty consistently without pushing it into this side over here. And I think if we change our width a little bit to 1 maybe, that might make this a little bit better. And we can also change our blur settings a little bit as well if we need to. So let's do that. So we're going to change our blur size down to 5 by 5. And let's keep all of this the same. Will that work consistently? I don't know. So let's go ahead now that we know we've grabbed it. Let's just try and create up some rules to find the right width that it'll be. So if the height is greater than, if the width is less than 25 but greater than, let's change that. the width is less than 50, and the width is greater than 15, so we don't want any of those small ones, and the height is greater than 100, then we can make, let's make the height, we'll leave it there for right now. So what we need to do now is save that not as the triangle, but as the Roy. We're not going to draw that on there. Again, a lot of this is trial and error, figuring out the right combination that works. And greater than. Make that 200. All right, well, we got something. Okay, now we need to do it the other way. So we were this output, this Roy output isn't what we wanted. So we can save. We need to save a couple different things, not just the Y. We need to save the X and the. So we need to know where it starts and its general width. So with that information, we can start at X, or in this case, XW is going to be equal to main ROI. So we can start at X and we can go to X plus width, and then we'll start at Y. If we know just the general width of the category, we can grab the whole column all the way straight down. So let's start at 0 and go to 0. So we'll just grab the whole thing, and maybe this will work where if we have instances that we forgot to or weren't able to account for, and that didn't work. The Roy image is going to be equal to image. X is X plus 1. Maybe I have the, I do this all the time with OpenCV as I get these two sections backwards in my head. So that might be what I'm doing here. Let's just try that. Cool, that's exactly what I was doing. Okay, so we were able to get now just that scripture. Let's try and OCR it. I don't know if our OCR is going to work. I think we're going to have to do some tricks here. We're going to have to add in some extra white space on the left and the right. But we might be all right to just try it like this. So let's go ahead and again copy our code from last time. We had a good workflow for OCR. So let's do, where was it at? I think it was at the end of getting raw text. So we're going to comment these things out, and we're just going to use the file for right now. And the file that we're going to use is temp/scripture_18.jpg. Oh, I have to import Tesseract, of course. Let's see how this looks. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. We got the dates. We can account for that. That's not going to be an issue. We can look for any sequence, and we can make some adjustments so the LUE becomes LUC. This is pretty good. All right, let's now do this where we need to actually drop everything. Let's see how it works on all of our data. So we're going to drop that into, where did I create this at? Data, scripture images, / scripture images / that, and we'll see how many of these we're actually able to grab now. / that. Okay. And this will tell us everything we need to know. Let's run it over 10 just to see. Cool. So we're seeing things that were consistent, I think, with the last time. I remember 22 was an issue, and I think that's because page 22 doesn't have any of these scriptures on it. So let's go ahead now and just let it run over everything. So 22 was a problem. Ooh, we got a lot, actually. 110. Again, these could be just a whole bunch of pages where there's no scripture. So far we're in the 200s, and we've got maybe 10. I'm not too concerned about these, to be honest. Like I said, these could just be pages where... Cool, so we only have, what, 15, 20, something like that? That's out of 450. That's not that bad for manual validation. Let's take a look at why they occurred. So in this case, there actually is scripture there. That's a mistake. And my suspicion is this might have been that page where the bleeding was so great this way that it messed up everything else for us. That's a page that didn't have anything. That was an error from earlier. Okay, that one looks good. This one, again, I think it was the same thing. I think here are actually dealing with an issue of height. So I could probably change the height parameter a little bit, and we'd grab that page. And I might try and do that. So again, here is another issue possibly tied to height. I'm not too concerned. I don't want to have an issue where I grab a lot of false positives. So for example, here, page 80, we don't have anything. It seems odd to me. Let me look through some of these examples because these might not all be that great. So 95 doesn't have anything. And now I'm starting to see some problems that have me concerned. So this isn't good. Something's clearly wrong here. So we need to make sure... We need to do some changes, essentially. It's cutting off a lot of these. I'm not sure why. It seems consistent when the page numbers are triple, and I'm wondering if the larger page number is actually throwing things off. So if the page having a wider page number is actually pushing it into this margin a little bit, which is affecting how it blurs with everything else. So maybe we need to think about the problem. Oh, wait. No, I know exactly what it is. I didn't take into account the difference for even and odd. That's the problem. Okay. So we need to now delete everything from here and start all over. Because if I guarantee if I go open up 19, same thing. So what I've done is we discovered this last time. Odd numbers have it on different pages, and so you have to take that into account. So I think I have it accounted for in one of these scripts right here. So this is where we need to do the difference. And I'm just going to copy and paste this in here so I can kind of adjust it as necessary. So the ROI works backwards. So let's first set up a condition right here. So if the ROI is even, we know that that works. So we can then say else put this outside of the condition because it's going to be used by both. Else, okay, so how do we change it the other way? So if it was like this, ROX was ROX plus width. Okay, so we know that this works. Those actually are the same thing, right? Alright, whatever. So in this scenario, we need to do the opposite. We need to grab everything. We need to figure out x plus width in this scenario. And that's going to be where it starts. And then I think that, let's try this out and see if this works. And we're only going to do the first two. Our assertion failed. In this case, we're going to go to the end. I think that'll be better. Okay, so we have to do the other way. We have to do x, not plus width, but just x to the end. Cool. All right, all right. That's looking a lot better. Now I think we're good. I think a lot of those ones that we were seeing were the even numbers. So I think that problem is entirely solved now. So let's go ahead and let this run. We're going to let this run over 4. We want it to 5. We just want to validate real fast and look at 22 because that was an issue. And we know that something's happening here. Oh, hey, thank you so much. That was amazingly kind of you. That's awesome. First person to do that, by the way. Thank you so much. So what we need to do now is we need to figure out how to blur this a little bit better. But with these new conditions, let's just let it run over everything and see how it performs now. My suspicion is it'll be the same ones that are returning the errors. Now we had a couple blank pages. That was going to be a big problem, but I think we can catch some of them now that we have this even odd thing figured out. All right, we're at 450. So not bad. Out of all 480 pages, whatever it is, we only have this many that need to be manually validated. Again, like I said before, if you can take the workload of doing tedious photoshopping where you're grabbing just that one section or typing it all out by hand, if you can reduce 400 and something pages down to just 20, you're doing things okay. So let's take a look, and we've got a problem now. We still have a problem with that even page, but our odd page is looking better there. So these might need a bit more manual validation than we thought. I think we can actually improve this a bit more if we start messing with our kernel size. So I'm going to use, since it happens very early on, I'm going to do that with this one here. Because something's happening where we're not consistently, if it doesn't have a lot of scriptural quotes, it's not grabbing everything. So I'm thinking we make our height a little different. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, that's very kind. That means a lot. So I think what we can do is change our kernel size a little bit, and it means unfortunately deleting all these images and trying, because I can't trust this output right now. I can't trust it at all. So we need to make sure that the width is a little bit bigger, I think, because in some cases the width is coming out as too small. So the width needs to be at least 10. Let's try making it at least 15. And one of those problematic pages I think was 80, was it? So let's see what's happening on 80 so we can kind of get a better sense of, oh, no, back. I think we have to go to Adobe. Let's find page 80. Oh, it's 80 minus 18, whatever that comes out to. All right, my brain's not working that well. 80 minus 18, it's going to be 62. So on page 62, we should be seeing the issue. Okay, so this is a problem. In this case, there's only one scriptural quote, and so it's finding this dash as structure, I think. See it right there? But it's not finding this structure. So again, I think this is going to be page, it's page 80. This is 78, so we have to go 2 more. Okay, so it's the same problem. Oh, in this case, it's actually not a problem. There actually are no scriptural quotes. So let's take a look at 62. Okay, so 62 looks like that. Let's take a look at what our output was and see how it handled a single page. So this was going to be, if it was a page 80, we're going to be looking for page 78 now. So 78, I'm hoping looks good, and it doesn't. This does not look good. And so this is what's happening. When we have these occurrences of just a single scriptural quote, it's not going to be grabbed by these methods, which means we have to really think long and hard about how we want to bleed things. So do we want to try to set it up to just grab everything on the left margin if it's even, or the right margin if it's yeah, that might be better. What if we focused instead on grabbing the left text? Every single one of these pages is going to have a body text. So if we grab the body text, figure out where it's at, we can do the inverse problem and figure out where that's at and just kind of cut at this stage right here and push everything and presume everything on the left is going to be the marginalia. If it's even, everything on the right is going to be the marginalia if it's odd. So what we need to do is do the same thing, but use the body text, the biggest thing, to identify where the boundaries are of the main body. I think that'll work. We don't care about what we grab in this scenario. We just want to ensure that it's distinct from this. Okay, cool. I think we can pull this off then. So we can then use, and I think a good test case for this is going to be, again, that means unfortunately we have to delete all these because we've just figured out a better way to solve the problem. And I think this will lead to much higher accuracy and much more reliable results. So if you can ever do that, if you're ever looking at your output and the rules that you've come up with to handle the exceptions aren't looking positive, like they're looking like they're going to be introducing some serious errors that you can't rely on, then go back and reassess. It's okay. So let's go ahead now and look. So we've got this set up where it's finding the contours of a large, or a very tiny box. Let's now make sure that the width must be greater than, let's say 200. Let's say 250. That's always going to be our main body. So let's try this now with, we're going to do 0 to 5, and now we're going to kind of do the opposite. So if we have that information where the main body text is at, then what we can do is we can make some certain presumptions. So if the main body begins at X, so we know where it begins with the width, what we can say is anything, we want to grab everything from, on an even page, from X. All right, let's think this through logically, because we're gonna probably make a couple mistakes here. We want to grab, we still want to do this. This is grabbing everything top to bottom. We want to have everything right now because we can filter that out later. So we want to start at position X. Or hang on. So we got to think left to right. So we want, if we start at position X, we want to start at position 0 and then go to position X. And then the opposite here, because this is going to be on the opposite end, we want to, on the odd page, it's going to be on the right-hand side. So we want to start at position X plus W and then go to the end. So I think this is going to be right. Let's do that test of 5 and make sure that it actually is what we want to see. Oh, did I set it up for 5? Okay, good. Okay. And 22 is not a none anymore. It should have been. Okay. Okay, I thought these were problematic. These were errors. They're not. So this is looking good. 19. Okay. 20. That crease might present us with some issues when we try to OCR it, but these results are a lot better. A lot better. Okay. And this is where we can start introducing some rules to kind of collapse the top down a little bit. Because this, let me find it again. Where was it? This page is just blank. I think that is just a blank page. So we're not going to worry about it. This BSB up here, this is a scenario where this might throw off an OCR. And the reason for that is because it's in the top left corner. So it's going to presume initially that the columns start over here, and they don't. We don't want it to make those presumptions. So I'm just going to crop everything down a little bit. Let me close these, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So we've started Y, the Y-axis. Let me close that. We've started... Oh, no, I closed the wrong thing. No. Where are we at? 12. I need to rerun all these. Oh, no, it kept it in memory. I didn't realize that Jupyter Lab did that. Okay. So with all of these, we've started off at that stage. I'm just going to start off at 30. So this is telling it to start off 30 pixels down on the image and continue all the way to the bottom. Again, we don't really care if it grabs everything because it's going to be very easy to figure out what's a scriptural quote and what's a date. And let's rerun this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the exception in when we get to... Okay, cool. That looks good. That looks better. That looks better. And these aren't missed quotes. This is the full thing. This is telling you to go to folio 113 for whatever reason. There's some kind of reference in the manuscript that you should see, or maybe it's referring to another page. I'm not entirely sure without more context. And we can keep these and preserve these as well. That's what we're going to try and do. Okay, page 22. If I remember correctly, page 22 was one of those cases where it didn't have anything. So page 22 would be... 22 is going to be the 5th page, I think, in this setup. Maybe the 6th. Yeah. See, this is problematic. So again, I think we're bleeding so much here that it's cutting everything off. So let's try it one more time to just get a kernel size that's a little smaller. I've already gone as thin as I can here. I'm going to adjust this down to 2 and 2. I'm not too concerned because I think I'm going to be all right. The Gaussian kernel size? What? Maybe it can't go that low. I thought it could. Do 3 and 3. All right, let's close 22. Let's open it back up. Cool. That worked. Success. So what we did there was we adjusted the kernel size, which allowed for the dilation to be a little less. And when the dilation's a little less, it can detect the more subtle nuances of features. In other words, we were able to disambiguate this line from the body because this little bit of gray right in there is causing some problems. We could have changed the threshold, but let me look at these outputs of the other 5 and make sure that it didn't cause any unforeseeable issues, such as not being able to detect structure. Overall, these are looking the exact same. So we've kept our results the same for everything else, and we've been able to incorporate the results for another one. So let's now run over everything and see if we have any things that just missed. I think we're going to have very few of these exceptions. 64 I know is going to be, because I'm pretty sure 64 is just a blank page from an earlier exception. So these are looking a lot less. So instead of now having 20 that were wrong, we've got, is it done? We've only got 4 so far. We're on 380s. Again, we're going to up to 480. And it should be done now. Cool. So we only have 4 exceptions now, and I'm pretty sure all 4 of these were blank pages. So in other words, the rules that we wrote wouldn't work because there's nothing on the page for them to work on. And so that's fine. So let's pick a couple at random, just make sure. Sure enough, we got it. We got it. This is going to present a problem right here because we can write some rules in the OCR output, but I promise you it's not going to catch. Or it might. I don't want to make a promise, but we can make an exception if it starts with a lowercase. We can presume that a letter is missing, and we can say if it's Ob or if it's O with an H, it's probably going to be John. We can figure that out when we get to it. Again, that'll be for post-processing OCR. And we might even be able to preserve these dates then. If a date appears on the page, we can handle that a certain way. Again, retaining some of that metadata is very, very useful on our front-end app. And what I'm imagining is that when we look at our front-end app, when we go to any mode, be it letter mode, let's stick with our NER mode. Much like again, we're kind of copying the style, or emulating the style of the patristic text archive, which is fantastic. I like how they've got these biblical references on the side. And so my goal is to retain that metadata and populate it over here. Again, one of the things that we're going to be able to do in the future is dynamically search our database of letters by these filters. So a person can filter out in one mode all of the letters that have a scriptural quote to a specific book, a specific verse, or a specific chapter of a book. So they can kind of be able to navigate this database really dynamically. In order to do that, though, we have to get the metadata to be searchable. So we're going to see that in just a second, and we're going to do all of that with pandas, which I'm pretty excited about. So let's go back to our Jupyter Lab, because we don't want to get too excited. We've gotten the data structure the way we want, but we need to export it the way we want. Now we have to OCR it. And this is going to be the real trick here. If we can OCR it well. I think we can. Not too concerned about it. I think we're going to be all right. So let's grab the scriptural images, and these are all going to be under this domain right there, or subfolder, sorry. And we're going to grab all the JPEGs. So what we want to do is we want to go through, and this part is going to take a little bit of time. I sincerely apologize in advance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to preserve the position that I'm in. So we're going to say letter scriptures. We're going to make a dictionary. So we've got this metadata kind of preserved. So we're going to do for file and image files. Let's do this once with that. We're going to do letter num is going to be equal to, and we're going to try to separate right here. So it's going to be equal to file.split. And we're going to split at that stage. Actually, we're going to split at scripture underscore because we've got two of them. So we're going to split at this point right here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to presume that the item in the first index, so the second piece, which is going to be this part, is going to be what we need to preserve. And then we're going to split again, split at the occurrence of a period, and then the zero index, so the thing that comes prior to the period. And that's going to give us, let's just print it off just to make sure, always good to double check this works. Scriptural images. There we go. Let's go ahead and just load all those in. And we're using glob here to grab everything. And we see that we made a mistake. All right, what mistake did we make? Scripture images. So it looks like scripture underscore images. So we need to split, and we'll grab it at the second index. There we go. So now we've got the letter. So what I want to do with this OCR output is I'm going to say letter scripts, and we're going to put this at index letter num. So I'll show you what this looks like in just a second. OCR result. And this will be able to have a dictionary like we have for all of our other steps in this process to kind of grab everything and keep it structured. So not only by, that's going to be page number. That'll be page number. This will be important to remember later. Page num, not letter num. Again, it doesn't affect anything, but it's good to make sure that your variables align with what they're supposed to do. And so we know on page 18 that all of this is recorded. We're going to have to make some exceptions when two letters appear on the same page, because we have to know when certain instances refer to other ones. We can do some tricks by looking for triple line breaks, but it's better if we just handle those exceptions individually. I think there's only about 20 or 30 letters that appear on the same page. So we'll just have to manually annotate where those things are. We'll figure that out. I haven't decided yet how we're going to do that, but what we can do is, since we know where letters begin and end with our previous work, we can just let this run over everything, and we can reassemble the scriptural quotes when we come back. And I'm going to take a break here because this is going to take a little bit of time. And I'll be back. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee, and I'll be back in probably about 5 minutes when this finishes up. And then we'll start trying to implement and bring this into our app. Okay, and we're back. So it looks like we had a success. We have all of our data now stored. Let me just scroll down so we can see. We went through every single page, and as expected, we had only a handful of issues. And this is what our data looks like. So I'm going to be saving this now in this structured format all the way up to page 481. I'm going to be saving this as a JSON file. So I think I've already imported JSON. Let me scroll up and just make sure. Yes, I have. So what we need to do is we're going to open up with open data. We're going to say scriptrefs.json. And I think we're going to store this on not only as a page-by-page basis, but I also want to store this data on a letter-by-letter basis. So I'm going to specify scriptrefs pages right now. And we're going to do .w, and just to be safe again, I'm encoding in UTF-8. I have no idea what this output looks like. Sometimes, for whatever reason, OCR isn't outputted correctly in Unicode. I'm not sure why. JSON.dump. And we're going to dump our data. What did I call this? Letter scripts, which is a giant dictionary. We're going to dump letter scripts. We're going to dump that into F with an indent equal to 4. Again, indent equals 4 is just my personal preference. Makes it a little easier to read. And I think for working with this data here in a JSON file, let's take a look at what it looks like in Atom. I think that's going to be a little easier to view. So we've got it saved. I already forgot what the name was. Scriptref pages. So this is what it looks like. Now that doesn't look like a lot, right? It's got a lot of line breaks in there. We're going to clean that up because maybe I should specify that this is unclean at this stage. So let's go ahead and rename it unclean, because we're going to, it won't let me change it while it's opened up in memory, I think. Here, let's just create a new one. Unclean. There we go. Cool. And now let's start. We can just, in this script, we can go through and kind of see what it looks like. So we're going to say for page in letter scripts, we're going to maybe, we don't want to print page. Let's figure out some rules we can start writing. So I'm going to get rid of all the line breaks because these are always going to be on individual lines. So we're going to say lines is going to be equal to page.split. Actually, let's just do page dot what am I going to do? Letter scripts, because it's a dictionary. Page. We're going to dot replace line break with nothing. And so let's print off lines just to see what this looks like. Cool. There we go. So now we got something that looks a lot more like scriptural references, right? And let's take a look at what this looks like. If we go all the way down, this shouldn't be. So we've done something wrong. We have OCR'd the same page every time? What? What did I do? Oh dear. Oh my gosh. That's my fault, people. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm gonna have to redo that. Darn. So I was basically OCRing the same page every single time. Silly mistake, but fortunately this OCR is a lot faster than our whole page OCR that we did. So I'm just going to stick around and work on something else while this runs. So it's already a tenth of the way there. It'll be done any minute now. So this is a silly mistake that results in just a little bit of wasted time, but not the end of the world. So let's take a look at our app and start talking about what we can do with this. So I'm envisioning not preserving it here in the main body of the text because viewers here want to just kind of read through things, but rather keep it maintained over here on scriptural references found. But the main thing that I want to do is I want to make another option here in our app. And I want this to be like a database query mode where you can kind of look at all the data and find instances where kind of do something like SQL searching, but in pandas, and populate a data frame based on certain parameters. And so I think this is going to be the best course of action to do this is going to be to import pandas into this app and have a database area where you can kind of interact with data as you would a regular database. So you could do a query where you want to find all instances of all letters that have a specific individual that also maybe reference a specific place. That's going to be what I envision right now. So let's go ahead and start trying to figure out how to implement that in code. So we can do this in our app right here. And let's add in a new parameter. So we're going to add in a new parameter up here. I'm going to put it probably before Alcuin's epistolary network. I'll put it after. We're going to call this database mode. And this is going to be where the user can kind of do some querying. There we go. And so we're going to also add in an elif statement down here. I'm going to put this, keep it all in order. That way you can kind of keep your code a little bit structured. Elif options equals, what do I call it? Database mode? Database mode. Then we're going to be doing some stuff down here. And this is where we're going to have to create a data frame. It's going to be equal to pd.read CSV. And we don't know what this CSV file is yet because we haven't really made it. So let's just call this database.csv. And so what this database is going to contain is all the information that we find relevant for our letters. Let's import pandas as PD. And it's nice to keep this as a data frame because Streamlit has a really nice way of displaying data frames. Let's just comment this out for now and say pass and make sure that our option is loaded correctly. So we should see it on the left-hand side now, database mode, and it'll be blank because we haven't done anything yet. Cool, so that's nice. And let's go back to our Jupyter notebook because it might be done now. My computer sounds like it's trying to scream at me. It looks like it is. Scroll all the way up. Yep, it's done. Cool. So we're going to do that there. And now we're going to iterate over everything. And that looks a lot better. I mean, it looks really messy, but it looks a lot better. So we can make certain presumptions about our data. One of the things that we can do, actually, let's separate double line breaks just to see what that looks like. It might look a little nicer. So one of the things that we can do is we can maybe split this up into line breaks. Let's try doing that. Dot split lines. And I think every instance right here in index 0, it looks like almost every instance is going to be a number. We're never going to have, do we ever see a scripture in those cases? Let's find out. So we're going to do, this might be a good way to kind of get the dates or eliminate the dates. So let's find out. Let's print off just this first one. So if we're only seeing dates and we never see a scriptural reference, that's a rule that we can use. Oh, and I do see one occasionally. So we got Matthew 8,4 right there. Okay, cool. So we just write one exception. That's easy. We'll figure that out. I'm going to put it up here at the top. And right now what I'm doing is I'm looking for ways to kind of automate the process of extracting all these scriptural references. And so I'm doing different queries on what the data looks like when it's outputted in certain structures. And so another thing I'm wondering is, since everything's preserved with line breaks, if I do my original idea of dot replace line break with nothing or with a space, and I print this off, I'm wondering if I can use some regex to grab things. And in fact, in this scenario, I'd probably be better suited preserving the line breaks. Because the line breaks are always going to occur after a scriptural quote. So one of the things I could do here is I could Alright, I'm going to do dot replace. Anything that is a space followed by a line break will be followed by just a line break. So that's going to ensure that and then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, before we get to that, we're going to do this. While a double space, and you'll see why in just a second, is in lines, lines equals lines dot replace the double with that. And then once we get out of that loop, we're going to say lines equals lines dot replace that. And now what we've got is we've eliminated all chances of there being a double space followed by a line break. And we've eliminated, hopefully, all instances where there's a space followed by a line break. So that means that consistently, every single thing, when it ends on the page, is going to have a line break. And why is that important? It means that we can write that into some rules with regex. So what we're going to look for is any instance of a sequence of characters where it's some kind of scriptural quote or book followed by a comma followed by a number, and we're going to have to write in some rules to be a little clever because Judith is spelt out. So any instance maybe of a capitalized word. So if it's let's also strip everything out. So we also want to strip everything so that a space preceding. No, actually, we don't really need to. It looks like every single instance here, it's caught it on the left-hand margin. Let me scroll down and just make sure. All right, cool. So what we're going to try and figure out is if a line contains a very specific pattern. So we're going to go to regex or reg 101. If you don't know about regex 101, I've used it a lot yesterday. It's how we can really kind of test our rules out before trying to run them over our real-world data. So I'm going to just grab a sequence here. I'm just going to grab these kind of at random. They're not at random, they're at the top. So we're looking for a sequence that is very specific, right? So it's going to be, let's change this to Python. Something that starts off with a capital letter. Okay, now you can already see by the highlighting here that this is working. And then we're gonna take that all the way to the end. And we don't care how many there are. Now in that scenario, it might be followed. This is a condition, so it might be followed by a period or a comma. I don't think that needs to be a special character. So it might be followed by a period or a comma. Now let's scroll down again and see if there's any cases where it's a different punctuation mark. I don't think we saw that. Okay, that's odd. I'll have to figure out that one. So in this case, it might have one of those, but it also might not. So this Matthew, or this, oh, this is a good point. So it might be preceded by a number. So let's copy these in. So we can, because First Peter, that's part of the actual book data that you want. Where's my regex? There we go. Let's add these in. So it might be a sequence that begins with a digit. It might be a sequence that begins with a digit, which might be followed by, you can see how you can kind of make these elaborate rules and very, very slight line of code, which might be followed by a period or a comma or a white space. And so what we have now is a rule for grabbing Peter 1, or 1 Peter. I think that'll work pretty well. All right, now let's keep on going with our rule. So it might be preceded by some kind of a punctuation. I didn't see anything where that wasn't the case. And then I think in these scenarios, if we've identified something up until this point, we can make a guess that anything that comes after that is going to be, we just want everything. We want everything up until it gets to the line break. So I'm trying to remember right now. I can't remember how to grab everything up until a point. End of string. I think that's not gonna work. That's gonna grab. All right. So what we need to do, regex So until a specific character. Matching the first occurrence of a character, that's not what we want. Anything up until a sequence, that's what we want. And nobody that I know can knows all of regex off the top of their head. You constantly have to look these little things up. So what we're looking for, we want to grab everything until a line break, essentially. Following that we have, so it's a question mark equals so we want to go until the end of the line break. We could separate these things out by lines at this stage, and that would be all right, but let's do it the right way. So this would capture everything up until ABC. Okay, so let's stick with this structure. And oh, great, this person has an explanation. So the parentheses capture the expression inside the parentheses for access using. Okay, great. So anything in the parentheses matches the start of the line. We don't care about that. We don't really need that. Matches anything. Okay, so I think this will work for us. So let's go back into our regex, and we're going to paste this right here up until we have a line break. Cool. That did it. So this little bit, it says, and this is the sequence of characters I can never remember. It's oh, cool. Thank you so much. That's awesome. A new Patreon supporter. That's so kind of you. And now we've been able to grab everything from the start of our biblical book until the end. And this might be a better sequence. So once we've found something that is a book, I think we can safely maybe even fix this a little earlier. Let's leave it. Let's see how this works, first of all. Let's see how it implements in the real world. So I think I've already imported RE into this page. I have not. Let's import it up here. So let's scroll down. Oh, this notebook is getting a little unwieldy with all these long printouts. But we shall persevere. There we are. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say matches is going to be equal to re.find all, and the sequence that we're going to use, let's do R, and that's our sequence that we just copied and pasted from regex 101, and we're going to do it on lines. And now our hope has been dashed. So we don't want that. Let's just print off our matches. So something's broken on us. We have not achieved what we wanted to. So let's go back and rethink about how we want to solve this problem. Let's, instead of going up into a line break, let's just we're going to split everything at /n. So for line and lines, and now we're going to try and just match something on the line, and then we don't need the line break because there's not going to be one, and we're just going to grab everything up until that point. Expected string, let's go back. So if we got rid of our line break until the, I think we can use the end at this point, character, cool, that worked. So let's go back and we can just do that. Oh, that's why, line. I think I need to wrap it all in a giant parenthesis. I think. Yep, that's it. Cool. And then we need to grab the first index and then the first index within that. Actually, in this case, we should probably use find iter. So find iter is a little different. It just returns absolute matches. So, for example, if we were to say print for match and matches, print match, you get the actual text. In this case, this might be a cleaner way to do it. The problem with this is that you've got to grab everything from the start of the span in your text to the end span. It's not undoable. So one of the things you can do is you can say start end is equal to match.span. I think that's right. Let's test it out. Okay, cool, it is. And then what we can do is we can reconstruct the line. So we're going to say script is going to be equal to line start to end. And then if we print that off, it'll only give us that one piece of data that we want, and we've got it. Now, obviously, there's some serious mistakes in here, and that's because of the bad OCR. And that's not really the fault of Tesseract. We gave it a really hard problem, which was really fine print text that was not probably things that it had actually encountered before. So kind of some problematic challenges. But what we got here, this looks good. This is, I'm not seeing any false positives. Something like this, I'm going to keep it because this is a reference to a specific, probably a specific edition or manuscript. I'm not sure off the top of my head. So it's grabbed the CF as well. Not really what I wanted, but it's got the scripture quote within it, so I'm okay with that. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to generate a list of things, like a list of books that are going to be represented here. So Tobit, we're going to have some problems, and the main problem we're going to have is that these OCR outputs, we're going to have to link up to some kind of actual OCR or some kind of actual scripture. So in some cases this is easy because Matthew is always going to be rendered like that if it's rendered correctly. In other instances it's going to be a little challenging because the TOH, TOB, JOB, these probably are going to present some errors for us. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out, we want to separate this metadata out. We want to figure out the book, the verse, or the chapter and the verse. So let's start separating out that metadata. Now we can do that with a few different ways. I'm going to be trying it an easy way and just trying to grab, man, I don't know. I'm going to set something up outside. So we're going to do scripts.append. So we know the different scriptural references found within each one. Let's try to get a sense of how many books there are. So we're going to look for, we need to split everything up into its individual components. Sometimes, so what if we replaced every occurrence of a period with a space or a comma with a space? What we would have is data that is always separated. I don't know if there's a case where there's not a period followed by a space, meaning like there was no space here in a period. It was just Isaiah 49, whatever. Because while this thing definitely matched our request, we used a greedy approach, it's not complete. So let's start figuring out how we can separate these things out. So we're going to say script is equal to script.replace. We're going to replace instances of a period with a space. Replace instances of a comma with a space. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say words is equal to script.split. So we're going to be able to split everything up. And ideally, if words 0 dot is upper, you can also do is if it's capitalized. If word for word and words, if word is upper, then print off word. Let's comment this out. And I think this will get us all of the different books that might exist. So let's check out the variants of these. So we're going to store this outside. So we're going to do books.append word. And now we're going to do, actually, if we don't have any duplicates. And then we're going to do books.sort. And then we're going to print off books. All right, so we can see some of these are mistakes right out of the box. We can clean this up. This is manageable. So I'm thinking that I don't really care about these instances here because I don't think these are actually going to be scriptural quotes. So what I want to do now is kind of just eliminate the ones that I think are going to lead to false positives. And just come up with a really quick list. So we're going to call this false positives. Probably shouldn't use FP, but I'm going to. FP is oftentimes used for the name for a file. So let's just kind of paste some of these in. So these are never going to be scriptural quotes. Amos, Ing. Some of these things are, this is obviously a typo of APOC. So what we can do is we can start using some rules. April, Aprilis, these are always going to be dates. So I'm comfortable assigning these here as well. And you'll see why I'm doing this in just a second. Our BSB, again, that's our BSB, so one of our pages, probably one of those blank pages didn't have it. CH, I'm not sure about those. I'm going to leave them for right now. Call is going to be, that's probably a typo of CF maybe. Dan Dent, that's probably Deuteronomy. You can kind of see how these typos occur. And you can also see the inconsistency. So sometimes it's DEUT, sometimes it's deuter. Don't, do, doubt. I'm guessing these are all Deuteronomy. These are all probably Ezekiel, some forms of that. Esther, again, these are all looking better now. This one's going to probably be a book. Indai, it might be a weird typo. I'm going to leave it for right now. I'd rather have too many false positives in there than delete a true positive. Same thing with these. I'm going to keep those. It's going to be Isaiah. Judith 13. Obviously, it's supposed to be Judith. And we can start making a dictionary of these two. So if one of these words is used, we can write a rule that it's cleaned into this other thing. We'll do that next, once we clean up this list. Maro, Mart. I think that's probably going to be March, but I don't want to delete it just in case. November, that's definitely not going to be a book. Oh, it could be numbers. It could be a typo for numbers. We'll figure that out. OF, not sure. October, that's definitely going to be a date. And in the marginalia, they'll oftentimes put these dates. That's why I post this is always going to be a date. And what we're going to do is we're going to say if any of these things occur in that line, then to just skip the line. So sept, because a date's never going to appear alongside a scriptural quote. Tacte, tot, toton. Job. So this is the case where I think these might be either Tobit or Job. I don't know. Okay, cool. So I think we've got all the definite fault. This is going to be June. We can get rid of that. Junio. I don't think that's ever going to be a scriptural quote. Cool. So I think these other ones might be, they might just be like really bad typos. Once we do this again, let's add these false positives. We're going to run this again and say if for like a false positive in this long thing, so for an F and an FP, if this occurs in that line, pass. Or just don't do it. So for word and words, actually we can do this on a script by script basis. So let's do that first. So for F and FP, if F and Now I don't want to do that because A as a capital letter might be. So I'm going to delete that. I don't think anything else is going to lead to a potential skipping of something. That's going to always be a column reference. So if f is in script, skip equals true. So we're going to set up skip equals false, and then we'll say if skip equals false, then do all these things. And we should clean up this list a little bit. We're going to keep the A in there because, again, like I said, that capital A, it would have gotten rid of acts. Let me just demonstrate why that was a problem. So you'll see acts getting deleted. You'll see amos getting deleted. So pay attention right here. And you see it's gone because the capital A is in that line. And in doing that, I actually found a couple extra ones we can actually include in that list. So these are both going to be February. We can add those in. Let's put those in right there. And we're going to get rid of that A again. So cool. Now we're good. So that's good. And at this stage, we can say if word does not equal A, then do that. And what we can do is we can get this list of books and start coming up with a dictionary for how these typos might be structured. Oh, here's another one, August. Might be a reference to Augustine, but I'm not. I think those occur in the footnotes. Okay, this is looking a lot better. So what we can start doing with these now is we can start structuring a dictionary. So real books is going to be equal to a dictionary, and we can come up with act is going to be, could be anything. Actually, it looks like act is fairly consistently spelled. I think I'm going to worry about this step later. I think I'm going to focus now on just trying to get these other components and come up with that bit later. I think that'll be kind of boring to watch as well. But one of the things we can do is we can make a dictionary, and if the typographical error that we expect to see occurs, it'll do a dictionary check, figure out to which actual biblical book it's supposed to be. So for example, if we were doing this with APO, it would do a search. It knows that APO is in the dictionary, so it'll look up APO, and if APO is in the dictionary, which it will be, it would assign it to APOC. So this will be like getting it more consistent. And same thing with APU. Awesome. All right, so that's good. We've got that figured out. So we know how to grab the books. So the next challenge is to grab the chapter. So now that we know which the book is, let's also do book is going to be equal to word. What we can do is we can now do script.split at book. It's going to get an error because sometimes there's not going to be. Books is empty. That shouldn't be doing that. It's not equal. Then do that. Cool. Let's print off new. So now, once we print this off, we consistently we've got our different components here. So one of these is going to be the verse, another one is going to be original script, make that equal to that. Original to script is going to be equal to script. So we're going to be able to keep that up here. And we're going to do this now not with that, but with the original script. And that'll preserve those periods and those punctuations. So now what we need to do is we need to find the first occurrence so we know what the book is. This is an instance where we grab Peter. So if there's a 1 in index 1, 1 Corinthians. Oh, that actually worked in our favor. Cool. So now if index 0 is equal to so if new 0 does not equal, then we can make a presumption that it should be part of the book title. So we're going to say B is now equal to new 0 plus B. And let's print off B here. Let's comment that out. See if we did it. Cool, we did. All right. So now we've been able to figure out correctly when it's in this case it's not. We need to make sure that it's a number. This doesn't occur too often, actually. It's kind of surprising. So 1 Timothy, 1 Job. So if it's a digit, then we need to. So and new 0 dot, I think is digit. I think we can convert it into an integer. There's a way to easily do this. I think you have to use the strings library. So this will get all the digits for us. So we're going to get rid of that condition there. And then we're going to do this. Result. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use res. Let's just do new 0 dot. For I in new 0, let's just write it out by hand. Cool. So we're able to get that correct. So we should be able to reconstruct these like that. Fantastic. So we've constructed when a A book is actually going to be like First Peter, First Corinthians, First Kings, First Thessalonians. I can't remember what that one's called. Second Maccabees. So we've been able to write out a rule to actually reconstruct these when they occur. This means that we can now say that B is new in this scenario. Now we need to go back to identifying the verses. So if B is not equal to that, then we've found a book. So the next thing we need to do is now we need to do, let's make new 2 is going to be equal to original script.split. We're going to split at B again. Now, so we might have a period proceeding. Do we consistently have a period? Alright, we don't have to worry about that. We can put that to the side, actually. We don't even need to do this. Let's print off new again. So we were able to capture those rules and write something in. Now we need to worry about this second index. I don't think we're going to ever have more than 2 indices. Let's print that off just to be sure. Should be 2 all the way down. Cool, it is. Okay, so now, so we know all these different ones. Okay. So new 1 is going to be the data that we need to work with. And this is what we look at now. So these are going to be all the different verses and chapters that we need to kind of disambiguate into proper structured metadata. And we don't have to worry about these ones because we've already figured out how to handle them. And since we know the ones that are going to have that, we're going to call these special. Let's store this outside of everything. And then we're going to say for S and special, S and data, special found equals true. So we can now set up a condition. If special found is equal to false, then we're going to continue on. And now we should be able to print our data and not see any of those things. Great. Now we can, oh no, we do. Oh, we'll just have to figure that out. And the reason why I'm spending so much time doing this is because if we can have structured metadata that separates out the verse from the chapter, I think that would be a lot better than just having a string of characters. So how can we grab these things consistently? I think we could separate by space. If we were to alter everything, all right, we're going to do that now. So we're going to change everything. So we're going to say new script equal to original, or it's going to be equal to, what is this called now? Data. Data dot replace every occurrence of a that dot replace every occurrence of that with that, and dot replace, I think we had one case of a parenthesis, dot replace, and we're gonna get rid of that backslash right there. So now we're going to do new data is equal to new script.split. And let's print that out. We should have the different components now preserved. All right. So when the data is too long, like not TOO, 2 digits long, then we know it's chapter verse. So if new data, the length of new data is equal to 2, then chapter verse equals new data. Elif, this is where we have to get kind of careful. So I'm really curious what this actually looked like originally. Elif len new data equals 3. Let's print off new data followed by print off the original script. So in this scenario, the 4 and the 1 is probably Timothy 4:1. I'm not sure what that 2 is doing there. That bothers me. Oh, these might be instances where it's trying to do a dash. Let's find out. What page is it on? It's on page 21. So let's go to our Adobe images. And I think I have to add 18 because it's not going to be there. Yeah, so I need to go, so that's that. So I have to go down to page 21. This math is starting to get difficult. 21, here we are. So what's it grabbing? So in this scenario, I'm thinking it's meaning verses 1 and 2. It's going to be 2 Timothy 4:1, 2. I think. I think we're going to be all right if we do that. All right, so I'm going to make a presumption that if it occurs, if there's 3, then the thing that separates them should be a dash. So we need to do verse is going to be equal to new data, or sorry, chapter. Chapter will be equal to new data 0. And then verse is going to be equal to, we're going to do temp is going to be equal to new data there. And then we're going to say verse is equal to new data dot join. Oh, wait, no. Dash dot join temp. I think that'll do it for us. And let's print off what this looks like then. Chapter. Let's do it like this, actually. All right, that's going to be what it looks like. I think that looks a lot cleaner. And that's obviously going to be Isaiah. We're going to grate that table to clean these up. But for right now, we've been able to extract that data. Now let's check and see if it's ever elif. We can get rid of that. Actually, we can get rid of all that. We've gotten that figured out. So elif if equals 1, print new data. Let's see what this looks like. So I think in these instances, let's print off page. So cool, 21. We can go back to that same page. So 21, where were you? So in this case, I think it's just grabbing Matthew. This is a problem now. We have some instances where the scriptural reference is going to be pushed down to the second line. So we know that our output isn't going to be valid. We need to have some manual validation, probably no matter what here, for these scriptural quotes. We'll be able to get a lot of them. It's a lot easier to go back and make corrections than it is to manually input everything, but I think that's what it's going to come down to. So let's go ahead and not worry about those occurrences. We're just going to consider that to be the chapter, when that's the case. Mense is going to be a month. That's a date. NX. So we can say if new data 0 dot is digit, then print this off. All right. Good. That got rid of all those other things. And then we're going to make a presumption, possibly a dangerous one, that chapter is going to be equal to. Again, we're going to do some manual validation here. Data 0. All right. And then do we have anything that's longer? It's greater than 3? I don't think that we do. Oh, we do. 1 Thessalonians. We'll just have to pass on that one. Actually, no, let's not. Let's create book dot join new data. I think I can do this. With join. Cool, I can. And then we're going to have chapter. It's going to be equal to new data 2, and verse is going to be equal to new data 3. So print book, chapter, verse, and we got it. Cool. I'm happy with that. All right, so now for every single thing, we do have a book, a chapter, and a verse. Well, at least we should. Where is our B at? Our B is preserved up here. So we're going to make book is going to be equal to B. Book is going to be equal to B. We're doing this within each of these conditions, because if I did it outside of the condition, book equal to B. If I did it outside of the condition, it would overwrite the book down here. So now yay! We got something that looks like actual structured data, all coming out of that OCR. Are there problems? Absolutely. Judith 13, that's clearly wrong. But what we have here is a lot better data than what we started off with. So the OCR has now been somewhat structured and somewhat reliably. So let's go ahead. Where are we at? And I actually printed it off too early. Let's go ahead and print it off back here. So for page and pages, so what we need to do is there's going to be a lot of these occurrences. So for script and scripts, so we got that. We're going to do all scripts dot append, and we're going to append all of that, and we'll store this as we iterate through each page. So all scripts is going to be equal to a blank. And then what we can do is, let's go ahead and just make sure, let's print off. Cool, so we have each page number in which all these scriptural references are found. So what we can do now, since we know what page we're on, so we'll make a dictionary here. And so as we go through each one of these pages, we'll just append all that data to it. So we'll do, at this point, all script pages. Page is going to be equal to all scripts. Uncomment that out, And now what we have should be some structured data. And it is. So now we've got that data all kind of exported. Now the books, they aren't clean, not by any stretch of the imagination, but they are starting to look a lot better. I think we could all agree on that. Looks like we have one book that quotes numbers, or one sequence where numbers 7895 is quoted a lot. That doesn't make sense. So something's happened with that one that's causing somewhat of an error. Let's take a look at, let's just pick a page at random. So it's page 335, 336. So I have to go down to 310, 335, 333, up two more, 335. Or was it 336? It was 336. So we've skipped that. Good. We don't have that grabbed. We've got a problem now because that's not appearing. Bell key. Let's grab another one and see what's happening here. Let's grab 387. Yeah, something's not happening correctly. I think I didn't structure the loop correctly, and so it's putting... Well, I don't know. Let's look at 18 and see if that was correct. Okay, so we've got Ecclesiastes, so it's looking good there. So what I'm trying to figure out right now is why later on the page numbers unalign. So if we look at over here, this is all looking good. We've got a couple probably missed. No, oh, BAL is going to be Galatians. No, we got them all. So page 19. Should expect Judith. It's right there, 13:7, and that's what we have. It's Judith, but it's the right one. So Judith is repeated again, 13:7. Is that correct? No, that's not. So our loop is grabbing something incorrectly twice. Does it happen up here? It doesn't. I'm wondering if it's because if skip equals false. Let's add this condition here. See how it affects the output. Well, what I can do is I can write a condition in if book, chapter, verse, not in all scripts, then do that. And that should solve the duplicates, like we see there. Let's pick 127, page 127. I don't know why I'm picking these ones that are really hard to find when it's minus 17. Okay. Okay, so 127. We're expecting to see Matthew 5:6, and we've got numbers. So there's some unalignment happening at some point. Oh, I know what I'm doing. These are by letter, not by... no, they're by page. Well, we're going to have to figure that out because that's not reliable. Oh, I know what's happening. Okay. If the length of this is it. So if the length, we need to make sure if the length of all scripts, because it's just grabbing the all scripts from a previous loop, I think. The length of all scripts is greater than 1, then do that. Else, we'll do that is equal to, let's just say none. Let's just make it none for right now. See if that fixes our problem. Okay, I think that's fixing it. So let's go back to 127. 127 says none now. That's fine. We know that there's a scriptural quote on there, but again, we're interested in grabbing just true positives. So for whatever reason, the Matthew wasn't OCR'd well, or our rules didn't apply. So 480 should say these things right there. So let's change this from none to needs manual validation. That'll just look a little nicer than none. That way it doesn't look like there isn't anything on the page. So page 18, our rules worked great. Page 19 needs manual validation. Same thing with, so let's look at 21. I'm going to go up to 21, which I think is the 4th page. 21, 5. So we got some quotes right there, some scriptural references. And it's Matthew, Timothy, Isaiah. Let me just go back and check. Where was I at? Matthew, Timothy, Isaiah. Great. It's getting them all. Cool. So these are the pages where we can, these are the scriptural references where we can actually be somewhat confident that everything is working correctly. So I don't think we need this condition here. I was wrong about that. Run this again. And that should improve. So this is an example that I left in where it was mare. I think we're going to be okay. Cool. Well, now we've got actually some structured data that corresponds now to each page number. And since we know where each letter begins in each page number, we can kind of include that now automatically. I'm going to take a quick break real fast, grab some water. I'll be back in probably about 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks for listening, everyone. Be back shortly. Okay, we're back. So now that we've got this data outputted and structured, we can start doing some fun stuff with it. So what I want to do is I want to use this information to automatically kind of figure out where and in which letters these quotes might be coming from. So we're going to have a couple problems on our hands. The first big problem is some letters occur on the same page, and that's going to present a few issues for us. So what I need to do is I need to use my information of the letter changes, which I think is right here. Or maybe it's not. Letter page spans. So we can kind of include all this information this way. So we know where a letter starts, we know where a letter ends. So if the scriptural quotations occur on either of these two pages, we know that it might be attached to letter 1, essentially. So what we need to do is we need to figure out a way to kind of implement this in our app. And I think that's where we should turn our attention to now. Did I save all of this? I need to. So let's do with open data all script page clean. What did I call the last one? Script refs pages clean. Refs pages clean.json. We're going to call this W. Encoding is going to be equal to UTF-8 as F. And we're going to say json.dump. We're going to dump in the all script page clean into F with an indent equal to 4. Excellent. So now let's go over to our app and let's start implementing this in the workflow. So up here, we're going to also need to load in all of that data. So this is where we're loading in all of our JSON data. We're eventually going to store this as one giant pandas data frame. But that's going to be like the end result, I think. And that's going to be what kind of runs everything as one large pandas data frame. So for right now, we're just kind of keeping all these things somewhat organized. So we're going to call this one scripts pages, and this will be equal to this clean one right here. So rename, exit that. Cool. So now that we have that, let's try and just display it on one page for right now. Let's try and display it, I think it was in NER mode. Let's add to that and kind of get it where the script references are on the side. So I'm going to go down to NER mode. We're going to add in one more component here. We're going to add in a way to kind of go through and figure out which trying to think now the best way to do it. Which scriptural references occur when it's on certain pages. In fact, I might do this at first in the side-by-side mode because I have the code kind of implemented for finding pages already written out, and I think it'll be easier to kind of work from that. Where is it? I think it might be at the very top. Might be easier to work from that. Alright, so we've got side-by-side mode. So what we can do here is use the way we implemented this. So we're going to use the image list so let's do sidebar to kind of see what this gets us images. And it should get us a list of all the pages. Okay, so that does give us those things. So what we can do is we can use this information to figure out we need to call the pages. So we need to look for what happens in 18. Okay, cool. I think this is going to work. So now what we're going to do right here is we're going to say for I in all images, We're going to try this with just st.write, and we're going to grab our, I call it script pages. So now, well, it didn't work the way I hoped it would. For I image script pages I. Oh, I need to get rid of the leading 0, I believe. .lstrip. Alright, so it's getting to that and it's failing. Maybe it's because it's it's an integer, so we need to make it into a string. And maybe the leading 0 does need to be in there. Did we have it? Let's look in our notebook real fast. Yeah, we have the leading 0, so we need to keep that in there. And I think we might need to add in we have to do this bit of code here. And actually, I'm just going to add this into that loop. So we're going to do st.sidebar new I. So that should be a string. Okay, let's scroll all the way down and make sure we've got a 0, 1, 3. Okay, so in this case we just have a page. We have a page that doesn't exist. All right, let's figure out what's happening here. So we go 18, good, 19, good. Yeah, there wouldn't be a 0, 1, 3. What? Oh, because that's by letter, not by page. Okay, so this code is going to work. I just have to modify it a little bit. Okay, so that's going by page number. So we're going to just copy this. And in this case, we're going to do... Yeah, this isn't going to work for us, so we're going to have to copy this up here and repeat that code. Again, we can clean this up when we actually start doing the final draft of this. And we're going to get rid of that -16 bit. And I think that might do it now. Oh, and we need to definitely get rid of all of that. Traceback 013, still giving me a problem. Oh, I never saved my app. There we go. All right, cool. That's what we want to see. So we've got all this information now outputted correctly. At least I hope that's right. We'll separate this out now by, so we'll do st.sidebar.write, and we're going to write out image and all images. We're going to write out script header. New I. Okay, so something's wrong, but this is now fixable. So it's still putting it on page 29. Oh, it's because I'm looking at a different letter. So this is probably actually correct. So let's look at letter 1. So it's page 18. Good. Scripture found on that page. So we've got it separated out on a page number. And the user can kind of see it right there, and they can see that BAL is going to be Galatians. We're going to clean this data up, like I've said many times, and this app's going to make it a lot easier to do the cleaning, because we can see where the errors are occurring, and we can write in simple replace calls on our data. But either way, this is looking a lot better now. We've got the ability to add this in, so let's now make it into a formal expander. I think that's going to be the best way to go with it. And I want to also start making it where these features are available kind of on all the app modes. And right now I gotta zoom up. Okay, so let's make an expander. So we're gonna say st. Oh, you know what we could do? We could populate the expander in the sidebar outside. We'll figure that out next. Sidebar dot, we need to make a script ref script expander. It's gonna be equal to st.sidebar dot write, or no, dot beta expander. We're gonna call this a scripture references. And should we separate them out by page? I'm not sure yet. We'll have to figure that out. We'll add in to this parentheses later. So what we need to do now is this script expander needs to sit outside of this for loop, first of all. So we're going to say script refs is going to be equal to that. And we're going to iterate over the list for r and refs. Script refs dot append r. And then maybe we should store that as a data frame. Might be nicer to see. We'll figure that out. So we're going to, let's actually clean it up a little bit. So we're going to say, data is going to be looking like this. It's going to be an f string. So we're going to have book, chapter, verse is equal to r. Then what we're going to do Structure it kind of like that so it looks nice. Again, the idea of this is not to get raw data, but to have nice, easy to read data. So we're going to allow people to export all of this stuff as a JSON file. And then we're going to do, what was a little hacky bit I did down here? Why did I'll make the BR tag. So refs display HTML is going to be equal to dot join refs. Hey. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad you found it helpful, Philip. Thanks. Okay, so we've got our refs HTML, and then what we're going to do is we're going to write all that data now into our scripts expander. Actually, we need to back this up just a little bit and do that with script refs. Dot write refs HTML unsafe allow HTML equals true. Okay, now let's rerun that and see if it worked. It's empty, so something problematic has occurred. For R and refs, let's see if I'm getting an error down below. We'll figure out what it is. So we got so let's do if the length of R equals 3, then do this. I think there were instances where elif length of R equals 2, then do that book chapter. So what we can do here is we can append it this way up top and this way right here. Get rid of the verse. So that'll look a little nicer, I think. Scripts expander is not defined. That is a lie. Script expander. Script expander. Rerun. Our errors should go away. Scriptural references. And we gotta clean that up because we got a problem there. It's repeating a whole bunch and I'm not sure why. Script refs.append D. Oh. Let's push that there. And there. That should fix that, I think. Yep, it did. Cool. So what happened was it was staying in the loop and it was iterating over other things that didn't matter. So we've got that now, and you can now do that. Wouldn't it be cool if we could link that to the actual Vulgate and grab out that quote? We can, and we will, but we got to clean this up first. We know what to link to. So I'll basically have also in this app the entire Vulgate that'll be sitting there so that they can a user can click on the link and maybe it'll open up a piece of the app that'll allow them to read the scriptural quote in the app itself. I think that's a cool idea. But we got to clean those up so that they can be consistently referenced. And that's going to be for a later edition, I think. Not for right now. But right now we were able to get the scriptural references in there. And let's get the size is going to be equal to the length of script refs. I don't think I can put this inside of... Where is it? I'm going to make this expander actually down here and then add this in right here as an F string. Comment that out for right now. I don't think I need to actually create it first. Let's save that, rerun. And it's got 7. Excellent. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In this case, there's one missed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so one of them is being missed. Let's see which one it is. We got Proverbs, Psalms, the CF Isaac. This was one of those cases where we've missed things. We can add them in later. It won't be an issue. But yeah, again, this is going to give us an easy way to kind of validate some of these results. And we see that Luke up here is LNE, LUE is Luke down here. But we got the numbers right, at least, so that should make that a little easier. Cool. So that'll make it easier to kind of crowdsource some of these problems and make it where the community can kind of help get this data kind of corrected. And it's always good to have a nice disclaimer that this is in development, and maybe this is the time when we should actually start writing this out, kind of up here and designing kind of a nicer layout. So since we can actually go through, and let's just try this out with a different letter. It's cool, so we got the scriptural references right there on the side. And this is the point where this is going to be a problem when we have them kind of on the same page. So it's missed. Where has it grabbed them from? Looks like it's gotten these three, and it's gotten one of these, maybe. Oh no, it's grabbed that one, it looks like, and those down there. So we're going to have to figure out how to kind of improve this so that this is not untrustworthy. And this is actually looking like it might not be correct either. So Matthew 10:22, where's my Matthew 10:22? These aren't right. So something's happening in our data that's not lining up correctly. We'll have to figure that out. So this one, we should see Judith. Scriptural reference is 0. That was one of the dangerous pages, so manual validation was needed. Let's try 8. Let's see what 8 looks like. Expect to see Psalms. Same thing. Wasn't able to grab things. Again, we're getting kind of the pieces of the data into place. Judith 13:7. So this is weird to me because we're getting stuff that's not on this page right now. 2 Mac. Maybe it's coming from down here. Yeah, that's what's happening. So we're going to have to figure that out as well. Again, this is kind of an early beta for the scriptural stuff. I think the scriptural items are going to be manually inputted. That's going to be a little time consuming, but we can work on that later. For right now, let's start putting some disclaimers on this app so that people don't think that this is all been manually validated. So there's a couple different ways we can do this. I think a good, nice warning right at the start that gives the users the understanding that this is in beta. So st.side, let's add it above the sidebar. .right. And alpha, we're not even at beta. .0.0.2. Let's just call it that. We've updated it once now. Actually, we've updated it 4 times. arm. Oh, I got unsafe HTML equals true. That should look better now. Disclaimer. We can do a little bold right here. How do you do bold in? Is it just like that? Apparently not. Oh, it's just a B. Cool. All right, that's a fair disclaimer. I think that makes it very clear that everything in here cannot be trusted at this stage, but that the workflow is being established. Okay, cool. And now we should probably add like a little description of the app. So choose the app mode. Maybe, I don't know. So what we need to do now is maybe come up with a cool logo at some point, I'd imagine. And we can do that in Canva, which is what I pretty much always used. So we're going to also, maybe I want to bolden that as well. Cool. All right. So we can now start making this thing look a little nicer and better to navigate. So if you don't, that title, I think we could have a better title up there. I'm not sure how to insert a header image into Streamlit, so let's find out. Streamlit. Figure that out. Canva. So we're going to create something that is kind of wide and thin. So let's do something at 200. And we're going to keep it maybe at something reasonable, like 1,000. See what that looks like. Cool, that looks good. And then we need to create something that kind of is long and thin as a header that looks fancy so the app doesn't look kind of just lame. So I'm using Canva right now. It's a quick way to kind of just develop cool images or cool designs for logos and things. Let's see. Well, first of all, we should probably have Alcuin on it in some capacity, right? And this is kind of the standard one that everyone uses. So let's copy that image and we'll cite Wikipedia. So where are we at? There we go. And then we can use these colors to kind of also help us. Actually, maybe we can do something a little fancier. Maybe we can do that. And I wonder if we can replace that image with this image. How does that work? Oh yeah, we can just do that. Change that font. Because I'm not a huge fan of that. Let's make it medieval. Do we have any kind of cool medieval fonts? E. Why not? All right, cool. So we're going to do some line spacing to make it a little better like that, and also, or some letter spacing. And let's change our color scheme to kind of match more of that one. Let's see. There we go. And then this color, we want to kind of bring out some of those colors. So I'm going to go with kind of the dark blue. Maybe like that. Does that look boring? Possibly so. That looks nice. Not bad for a quick logo. Let's just go ahead and download that. Again, we can update this later. The idea is just to get something down. And I'm going to drop that into my repo. Move this to the side. So there it is, header. So let's try and display this now. We can do it instead of title right here. We're going to do st.image, and we're going to display header.png. Rerun. That looks cool. That's not too shabby. All right, cool. Now we can go ahead and be proud of what we've done. So the Digital Alcuin Project now looks a little bit more legit. And we should have like a cool logo up here as well. So we should design like a standard logo. And this will be going in the header whenever we drop it onto a server. So go back to Canva. And here we're going to just design a quick logo. Doesn't really matter what it is, just something simple that stands out. Timing, we don't want that. So something that has probably DAP in it. So let's go ahead and just add some text. Heading, DAP. And again, let's stick with that medieval font that we used. That way it's consistent. I think it was Pirate 1. Cool name. All right, Pirate 1. It's a little hard to read. As all caps. So let's try something different. That's going to be nice, I think. Okay, and I really like those background colors I used, so let's steal some of those. Let's actually steal that entirely and drop this straight up in here. Make that the whole thing. We're going to send it backward. We're going to make this white. Cool. Now let's save that as a JPEG. Doesn't really matter. Actually want it quite small. And it's going to sit on the sidebar. So let's go ahead and drop that over there. Logo. And we're going to now move that over here. And we're going to drop the logo in the top left. So in the sidebar, we're going to do st.sidebar.image logo.jpg. Rerun. Cool, that looks legit. All right, now we're going to make it a little, I kind of like the size. I think I need to increase the resolution though, because it clearly looks pixelated. And so I just need to export as a larger image. As a PNG, that'll help too. So we're going to delete that. right, so now it's logo.png. You run. Looks a lot cleaner. And we should make it a little smaller too, I think. The height takes up a lot, so instead of it being square, I think I'm going to make it thinner. So let's make one final change. We are going to change the resize. Instead of it being 800 by 800, make it 800 by 500. Oh, yeah. Oh. And we'll download that one more time. Delete our logo. Drag it into our... and try and do refresh on our app. That looks a little cleaner. Cool. So yeah, kind of happy with that. That way a user can kind of see the logo standard. Maybe even a little thinner would have been nice. I think we can change the height inside of Streamlit, inside of our app. So let's do that now. Set a height equal to 500. I'm not really sure what argument that takes. Image got the argument of height equal 500. All right, let's find out. Streamlit. Looks like I've looked it up before. Looks like you can pass width equals none. Looks like you change it by the width. Let's go back. That looks a little cleaner. Makes it a little higher up. I'm happy with that. And really not. We're gonna... Doesn't matter. We'll just leave it like that for right now. Cool. So now you've actually got the logo populated here in this mode. You've got a little disclaimer about the data. Maybe you can switch to a different page that'll tell you about the project. So let's make that one last one. We're going to probably have to change this from change app mode to choose options or something like that. So add this one probably before the disclaimer or the sources about project. This is where we'll drop some of these YouTube videos on there once we get to that point. This project was designed by William Mattingly to provide the letters of Alcuin and raw text alongside their MGH editions with named entity recognition and patristic sources and scriptural patristic sources extracted from the text. It is currently in alpha. The data needs to be manually validated still. For each letter, let's do for each letter, and data set. Now we should also have about project as an option up here. And I gotta select the unsafe HTML option again. I'll probably end up writing this all in Markdown instead. This is just a quick run through. Run. Now it should display with paragraphs. Cool. All right, I think that's going to be good. I'm going to link up to Pace in the description. A ref equal to that. Close of the A. And then I forget the command in HTML. I think it's target equals. I don't write a lot of HTML. Let's find out. I wrote it up here earlier. Target equals blank. And I'm going to have to change my outside quotes to single quotes. This way it can read everything correctly. All right, now let's see what that looks like. There we go. Now that should be hyperlinked. Cool. Although it didn't go to the cool, there we go. And let me make sure that Alcuin's does still have that. Cool, it does. Excellent. So that looks pretty good. I'll make a hyperlink for my name too. Why not? And we'll take it to www.mattingly.com. And in the A tag there, Python and then we'll do a little bit of that same stuff right here, and we'll link that to Python Humanities.com, and we should be good there. So let's go ahead and rerun that. Links up to my website, hopefully. It's kind of slow. And then it'll link up to this other one. Great, pythonhumanities.com. Cool. So I'm quite happy with that. It's looking more and more legit. Yeah, I just caught that. Thank you so much. So there's a little bit of a delay with the chat. Okay, so now I think this is starting to look a little bit better. Letter mode. Again, letter mode should have the sidebar. It doesn't have anything. Great. So we switch to NER mode. And maybe we should have like a brief description about the different modes on here as well. Maybe. But with the NER mode, they're able to also extract all the named entities. So found people will be in here. They're also able to delineate those entities in the side-by-side mode, I think is where I have it set up where they, in both the side-by-side and letter mode, they've got the option to people referenced. Cool, and that links up. So I'm going to take another quick break, and then when we come back, I'm going to be working on the manuscripts. And this, I think I actually have the data for already, that has been manually validated. And if I can find that file again, I'm going to just use that for right now, because that would require a lot of tedious going through of a not a critical edition right here, but it also required matching of the critical edition with a 500-page book on Alcuin by Donald Bulloff. So I'm going to come back, and when I come back, I'll see if I can't find that old CSV file, that old Excel file, and then once we have that, we can update these manuscripts so that they won't be based on this bad OCR. Instead, they're going to be based on the manual validation that I did. Or maybe we can have both kind of preserved separately. We'll figure that out when we come back. We'll be back in probably 5 to 10.